Welcome to part 5 of 12 of me saying Mr. Beast 1 million times. Speaking of the number 5, you can enter to win $500 just to be subscribed to Mr. Beast, my personal channel and my company channel, and like and comment on this video. Okay, cool. See you guys. Bye. Watch as long as you can on this video, if you can. Thank you, and good night. Holy shit! Holy crap! Mr. Beast. Telling them they're all voting for Bradley and that he has immunity that counts for 2 people. Does it count for 2 people? He says it counts for 2 people. Mr. Beast. Michael's a strong player, man. This guy's got it all, man. Jeez. Oh, Mr. Beast. I've never heard a grown man whine and complain as much as you talking about Bradley. Mr. Beast, it's getting spicy now, Mr. Beast. See, this is the stuff I like. Before it was kind of boring. Now it's a bit better. Mr. Beast. Is he gonna play the idol, Mr. Beast? Did he vote for Bradley? Mr. Beast. I hope he plays it for himself. Mr. Beast. Uh-oh, he's gonna play it for Stephanie. He should play it for himself. Mr. Beast. Oh man. It only counts for 1. He said it counts for 2, but it only counts for 1. Mr. Beast. He played it for Stephanie, which is interesting. Mr. Beast. Oh, they're running for Brendan. Damn. Mr. Beast. Oh, what if it's a twist? Oh, Brendan's gone. Damn. He had an idol and everything too. He could have given it to him.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That's too bad. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They weren't good at reading it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. They just show coffee and pastries. They go crazy. It shows like how much we take little things for granted, you know. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. 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 Beast, and Beast, Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. 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 Beast, and Beast, Mr. 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 Chris is like, I want those pastries. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Look at this Stephanie yoga instructor chick. It's pretty cute. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I believe everything happens for a reason. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Oh shit. Mr. Beast, 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 Michael's crying. Oh, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 This is so hard, Mr. Beast. It's not that hard. It is and it isn't. You know what I mean, Mr. Beast? I'm almost a third of the way there. I'm pretty proud of myself. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She's playing the kids card. Mr. Beast. It's like, I played for my kids. Don't vote for me. Don't vote for me. I mean, you got to do what you got to do to not get voted up. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I feel like they drag out some tribal councils. It's like, all right, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. But it is like they can be the best parts. They also can drag out a while. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, but she got voted out. Oh no, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The tribe has spoken, Steph. All right, let's get to the next episode here. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Everybody, drop your buffs. They're going to 3 tribes, from 2 to 3, MrBeast, and they have to start their own new MrBeast,
MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 This guy's like, when you're a big athletic guy and charismatic like this, like I am, it's exhausting. He says this. Imagine saying that, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
goes, I see myself investing in me. He's like, that's cool. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. He's like, oh, I model. Jeez. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. He's like, I'm hesitant. He goes, I'm hesitant to tell people that I model. But like one of the first thing he says to this one lady is like, I model. He's like, I told this one girl I used to model, but I actually still model. And then he says in his own interview, like, it's hard for me to tell people that I model. Like, oh my gosh. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. No one, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Excuse me. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 I like Dom, I think, the most. There isn't anyone that really stands out, though. I do like Michael. He seems like a cool guy. I don't know how far he could actually go, though. I think Dom has a really good shot, but Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Cheese, Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, a girl ran into a post. They're doing these blindfolded challenges. Oh boy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That one lady's screaming. Oh man, she's got
issues. That gal's got issues. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Jeff Probst. How does it feel? Your tribe is down. Tribal after tribal after tribal. That'd be fun to be Jeff Probst's role for a day. How does it feel to be a loser time and time again? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Stop it, seal, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. My Opic. Ooh, that's the word of the day. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Ooh, James is not happy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. He's looking for an idol, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Go on, Mike. Hope you find one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, he found one. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. We found something. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He got one. He got an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Want to know what you're playing for? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Malolo loses again. MrBeast. Shocker. MrBeast. They've lost every single challenge the whole time. MrBeast. Ooh, choose Michael to go. MrBeast. Oh, that damn Kellen is gone. MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
God, this scale sucks. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. God, just choose a damn thing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I hope she chooses the one that is empty. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He has a 2/3 chance. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. What is it? Read it. She's crying already. God, read the damn thing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ah, showing an advantage. Dang it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. So she gets an extra vote. Ew, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast,
It's harder to watch when you don't really care about a lot of these characters. Like, I care about like a couple of them maybe, but it's hard because last season was electric, dude. It was really good. And this season's like, it's like a meh season. MrBeast. I'm waiting for these people to make some big moves, and hopefully it'll get better. MrBeast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Eric in the 16th season gave away his 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 immunity. What an idiot. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. The biggest bonehead move in Survivor history, I think. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. How is he gonna hide this necklace? It's like huge. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, he hit it somewhere. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. The ring toss type stuff would be a lot of fun. I like the basketball type or the basket throwing type stuff and like the ring toss stuff. That'd be really fun. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Damn, Michael, the crazy good dive, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think Michael's gonna get it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 $320,000 subscribers. Oh gosh.
That'd be sweet to have 320K subscribers. Oh my gosh. Anything can happen, guys. Anything can happen. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wendell's a good. Is it? He has a good shot too. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think Dom has the best shot though. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh wow, Michael played the idol on a good time. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Well played, Michael. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The window's gonna be gone. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Libby's gonna be gone. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Yeah, I really don't care about. I mean, I don't care about most of these characters. Like, I think I like Michael and Dom and Wendell. Those are the three people I kind of care about. No one else I really care about. I'm looking forward to all these idiots Getting voted off, MrBeast. Maybe because I'm like, it's hard for me to pay attention to this season because people aren't really that interesting. MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Credit to anyone that wins Survivor. Like, oh my gosh, what a crazy game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Things I don't really care about any of these people, so I'm just going to tribal council here, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The tribal council part, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It sucks when you don't care about these characters. Like it just you want to get this season over with. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I mean, there's still solid parts about the season, but overall, it's one of the worst seasons that I've watched, and I've watched about 15 the past 2 weeks. There's an insane amount of Survivor. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I'm looking forward to getting to season 40. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, Desiree's gone. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh well, who cares? I didn't care about her anyway. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. I'm glad I skipped that. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Yeah, I really don't care about this season. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I don't care about any of these idiots. I'm just going straight to this tribal council. And no one's called me pretty. Ooh. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, that's because you're not pretty. Ooh. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Sorry, not my type at least. Maybe you're pretty to someone. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Michael got voted out. Oh, that's too bad. Mr. Beast. He lasted pretty long, though. He was up, I think he was 6th or something. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Maybe he comes back and plays better. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast is oh, it's a family episode, I think. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They always say the love thing, and they automatically, everyone always automatically starts crying. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, that's cool. He's got his dad there. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That's great. That's great. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Ooh, Chelsea's sister's cute. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. There's so many cute chicks on the show. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 So cool seeing them with their families, and their loved ones. I haven't gone a day without talking to him in 20 years. Oh, poor lady, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh. Jonathan took a fall. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Hey, Jonathan. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Dom, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh, we missed the 3 2 3 2 3s.
I hope this video gets at least 3 likes. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Big Chelsea, Oh, I got Jonathan, Window's gonna go. Good man. I mean, it's $1 million. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Wow, Wendell got an advantage where he could go twice. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. The guy wasted a super immunity idol, and he used it before the votes were even cast. What an idiot, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. And the point is, you could play the idol after the votes are cast. So he could have just waited for the votes to cast and then played his idol. Like, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Instead, he played the idol, but no one voted for him, so he lost the idol. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow, those women are whining, Mr. Beast. The whining, stop whining, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I don't like any of these gals. Like Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I hope Window wins this one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Dom. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Window. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Someone's gonna drop Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Kellen's sucks. Kellen's terrible. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wendell gets a second chance. Okay, Wendell, this is his advantage. This is why he left the island. He left his dad on the advantage. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Go on, my son, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Wendell drops it again. Ah, it's too bad, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. All that for nothing. Well, I didn't know what the advantage could have been, but Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Dominance doing well, Mr. Beast. Ah, you dropped it, Mr. Beast. Dominic won, Mr. Beast. I think Dominic's gonna win it all, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Kelly needs to go. This gal. Ugh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm just gonna go straight to tribal council. Mr. Beast, 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 Window looks like childish Gambino a bit. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, MrBeast. Windows safe, MrBeast. What you wanna do? This is such a stark contrast from the last season. Season 35 was electric. Season 36 is Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. They all can't be great, you know. Oh, like I mean, potentially. There's good moments in here, but it's overall Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Don and win to win reward, Mr. Beast. These guys are gonna, I think they're gonna go to the end together unless they get someone gets them out. Mr. Beast. I hope they do something more interesting next season. I like a Ghost Island concept, but the characters aren't very interesting. Mr. Beast. They need better characters like me. Mr. Beast.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Wow, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Ah, that's the one I would have picked. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Have I been saying 35? 34. I think this is. Yeah, 34 and 35 are really good seasons. Yeah, 36 is not that great. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I've said that enough times. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The kids. They're visiting the kids. The kids come running out. Oh, that's sweet. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. These kids are funny, man. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Mr. Beast. Kellen took a fall. Just kidding. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I think Wendell's got it. MrBeast. Oh no, Laurel's got it. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Crabs are such interesting creatures, aren't they, Mr. Beast? They keep showing B-roll of the crabs, like Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Why am I doing? Why am I doing this? Oh yeah, if I can get views, yes, that'd be amazing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast. I gotta go for broke. I gotta go for broke. Donovan, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. You and me both. You and me both. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. $340,000. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Should be such a beast, 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 Mr. Beast, such a 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 beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Uh-oh, Dominic might get voted. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Hey, my blindside Dominic, Mr. Beast. That would be terrible. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Finally, she's gone. Con, jeez. The finale is coming up. Thank God. Get this damn season over. Sorry. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yeah, it's one of the weaker ones by far. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Jeff Probst is still amazing though. You know, the Ghost Island concept is cool. I really like that. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Just the characters were flat. I've said this a million times. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Dada is like a goat, you know. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh wow, the maze is cool. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This looks tough. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, they're planning for a steak dinner and a baked potato. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ah, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
You should have a Survivor goat goat edition, like all the biggest goats of all the seasons. That'd be hilarious, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wendell got it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I don't know. Wendell could win it. He could win it, Mr. Beast. It's between Wendell and Dom, I think. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, choose Dom. Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, get Dom, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
It's game time, kids. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That's the name of this episode. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. That'd be amazing, dude. He's like talking about the top 4, talking about top 1. I would want to win. I would go for the win, baby. You want me to play Survivor and win? Comment below. Tell me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Should I submit a casting video? I guess that's how you do it. Yeah, it's the only way. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Sebastian's got an extra vote. He could vote. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He could go for Dom. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I hope Dom plays as Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Oh shit.
MrBeast.
Wow, homegirl tells
MrBeast.
wow, homegirl tells Dom. Angela tells Dom about
MrBeast.
wow, what an idiot. Angela tells him. So he's gonna put his yeah, dude, play your idol, dog.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I mean, either he plays it, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. He's got to play it and then just win immunity the next time. MrBeast, easier said than done. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Now it's getting interesting. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 This is a fun Mr. Beast. It's the last six Mr. Beast. The tribal council is 6 people to go. Mr. Beast. Now it's getting interesting. Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, they are gonna vote for Dom, I think, but maybe they're scared to. I don't know. He might have scared him to. Mr. Beast, it's a tricky game, you guys. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's like as soon as I think that I would do well. It's like this is a tricky game. You gotta make so many right decisions at right time too. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He better play his real idol, man. Else he's gonna get voted out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Play it, Dom. Oh, he's not gonna play it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
He's not. He's not gonna use a real. Oh, Dom. Dom used a fake idol at the. Why didn't he just use a real idol? That was really gutsy, man. I think he's gonna get voted off. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh my gosh. Wow. He got Sebastian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. So did he not use his extra vote? He must have used his vote. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Seabass is a nice guy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That's crazy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, the finale. You know, it's usually you can pretty much count on he didn't even use the extra vote. What an idiot. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh! Why didn't he? Why didn't he use it? He used the vote. He didn't use the extra vote. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
They're bringing the guys that have done the dumbest moves. Who else have
I just like a water, please. I just like a water.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Wendell's the challenge beast, man. He might, if he wins the next two, I don't know. He could win it, Mr. Beast. I still have a feeling like Dom's gonna win though. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think it's gonna be either Wendell or Dom. If it's anyone other than that, it'll be shocking. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But my bet would be on Dom. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I mean, if I was smart, if I was Wendell, if I get immunity, get rid of Dom. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It would suck, but it would cause me to win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Yeah, we'll just kind of drag Angela along too. Angela and Dom. Any one of them could win against if they have those three. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, come on, Dom, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Well, Dom or Wendell, either one of those guys, I'll be happy. Any of these other guys are just goats. I just not good. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Angela might get it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Jonathan wins. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, he's got it. Windows got it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yeah, he got it. Yes, Wendell, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. So Dom's definitely, he has one idol, so he's definitely going to play it. He can only play it the last, I think it's the last night you can play it. Anyway, so Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. So if you're Dom, do you get rid of Wendell or no? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, Wendell's got a shot. I mean, he keeps winning. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Plus, he's got an immunity idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Donovan would be an idiot to bring. Donathan says he'd bring Yeah, bring Donovan. Get rid of Laurel. Mr. Beast. Bats are so cool. Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Excuse me. MrBeast, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Donathan seems like a nice guy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. He gave Laurel an immunity necklace. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Damn. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. This will be interesting. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. So Jonathan's gone, or Angela. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They were smart. They shouldn't have kept her. They voted Donathan. You keep a goat around, man. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Because if she gets immunity, I mean, I don't know. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Travis seems like a nice guy. Poor guy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh, good job, Jonathan. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh my gosh, Sia is giving him 10 G's. Wow, that's pretty cool. Mr. Beast. He's like, I don't know if she's gonna square cash you or what. Mr. Beast. What if Angela gets it? That would be the ultimate twist. I feel like Dom's got to win this one. If Dom wins this, I think whoever wins this immunity is going to win the game, unless it's Angela. I don't think she. Could be Wendell, dude. I think Wendell. If Wendell wins this one, he's gonna win the whole game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This is Dom's, or this is Wendell's game to lose, actually. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, it fell. Dom, dog, you gotta be better. I don't know, dude. I think Wendell's got this. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I think Wendell's gonna win the whole game, unless he drops the ball here. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Angela can win this one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This is it. Oh, oh my gosh. This is $1 million. Oh, it fell. Wendell's thing fell. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Dom, you better hurry up. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Dom. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Angela's fell. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Dom. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Never give up. I would never give up on the challenge. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Got to give it all your all every single time. Every single time. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on down, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Dom, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Dom. Oh, keep it. It looks like it's gonna fall though. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Dom. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's got it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Laura lost everything again. Oh, here we go. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Come on, Dom. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It looks like he's gonna do it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He got it. Mr. Beast, Dom's got it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, he got it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Good job, Dom. I think Dom just won the game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's not all the time, but most of the time, if the the person that wins the final individual immunity wins the whole game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think have the two women fight for the fire making contest. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I love this game though. Even with the season of people that aren't that great, it's still an amazing show. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, is Dom gonna? Oh, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I can't. Dom should bring Wendell. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. That place looks so gorgeous. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, he's not going to hand him an invite. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Well, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. So annoying. I'm not the one to take him to fire. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Well, you better practice. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. God, these people don't know. They don't have any faith in themselves. It's just so. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I would just pick Wendell, dude. Just bring Wendell. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Fire planning prevents piss poor performance. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I think I would give it to, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. And Tina one, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Yeah, that's right. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Well, if we choose Angela, she's definitely not going to win. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. What? You idiot. He said he would give his necklace to Ange and make fire himself against Wendell. No, don't. You wild man. No, don't do that. Because if you lose, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh my gosh, you wild man. Do not. Really? He's like, I'm a huge gambler. That takes major guts. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Put yourself. Hey, MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Oh, he's gonna choose. Is he gonna gamble and give his thing up? And Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, he's gonna do it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh my gosh. I think he's going to give the necklace up and do it, go against. What's he going to do? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That would be crazy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Ah, okay. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, okay. He's taking Laurel. He's not going to give up his. That's smart. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, I don't think she can get the votes. MrBeast. If Angela beats MrBeast. Oh, she switches. MrBeast. Angela's an idiot. Angela's MrBeast. She's Wendell was rattled with having orange, and she's like, "Well, I don't really care, so we could switch." Like, if you know it rattles the other player, stay it. Like, let them. Look at my bicep right there. That looks good. If you know the other player, just keep him where he's uncomfortable. These idiots, MrBeast. I have my faith in Wendell. I think Wendell's gonna get the fire. MrBeast. Yep, he's got a flame. MrBeast. Oh, she's got a flame. I love the fire making competition that they started to do. Windows getting it. I think Windows gonna get it. Angela, come on, Go on, Angela. I don't think she's gonna do it though. MrBeast. Wendell's doing it. See, I would have just picked Wendell because he's gonna win anyway. It would have been more entertaining to see the girls face off each other. Windows got this. Windows got it. Window might win. See, I think Wendell, by making fire in front of everyone, he might have gotten a lot more cred too. Angela just kind of floated to top four. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I don't know, cause anyone's game. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't think Laurel's gonna take it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think Dom still has the best shot at it, but Wendell could win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. If Laurel won, I'd be completely shocked. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 That says 34. They got the Roman numerals wrong. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ah, the day 39 breakfast must be so amazing. That's what I would want. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. A little champagne, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, a little mimosas, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That breakfast looks amazing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I actually can't wait for the season to just be over. It's just, I hate saying that, but it hasn't been the best
Again, I've said this a million times. It has been the best season. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh my gosh, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Service, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That's why Margaret went gone. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. 350,000 subscribers. I'm going crazy. All right. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Shout out to Drama Alert, Killer Keemstar. Let's get right into the news. PewDiePie and Jake Paul. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Sebastian looks stoned in this jury. He's like, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Sebastian's like, yeah, he's like, we were brothers. I mean, yeah, I was gonna vote you out, but I mean, we're brothers. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it worked. See, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm sorry, I realized it was aggressive and abrasive, but it worked, didn't it? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I don't know why Laura's even talking. I mean, I don't think she's she might get like one vote. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Wow, I made it to the final tribal. I made it through. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. All right, about to find out the winner. We'll see. It is funny to see. I mean, it could be either one, but my money again would be on what's his name? Dom. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I don't know. There might be split votes here. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. You're the brawn behind the operation. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's got to be Dom. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Whoa! He's gonna read the votes at Tribal. Holy crap. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I love it. I love it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I love it because survivors talk. I'm sure they talk. I'm sure they talk like after because they all know. Like you could tell on their faces who know. Like when you see the finale. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Dominic 2 votes. Wendell 2 votes. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. 3 votes. Dominic, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Dom, Mr. Beast. I mean, I'd be happy if either one of these guys would win. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Dominic 4, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 3, Wendell, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wendell 4 votes. Dominic 4 votes. Holy crap! It could be a tie. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 5 vote. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It could be a tie. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Holy crap! Oh, so the third. So this is what happens. It's a tie. Holy crap. This is crazy. So this is what happens. So the third place person votes for the number 1 person. I think she's going to vote for Wendell. Laurel's going to vote. Holy crap. She's going to vote $1 million vote. She's going to give someone $1 million right here, right now. This is crazy. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. She's going to pick Wendell, dude. I think she's going to pick Wendell. Holy crap. This is wild because he gave her her necklace saying that she reminds him of his sister, right? So this is nuts.
I think Dom knows that he's lost, dude. I mean, she's gonna write Wendell, dude. Oh, this is crazy. Holy crap. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, oh shit, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Okay, I'll give it this. This finale is fire. Mr. Beast, the whole rest of the season might not have been great, but this finale is fire. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, I'll go get the vote. Holy crap. This is crazy. Oh my word. I hate to do that. Oh. She voted Wendell, man. I have a feeling she did. I'd be surprised if it's not Dominic. I don't know. Oh, she's saving that vote. Oh. I'd be, as soon as he leaves, I'd be like, okay, who'd you vote? Did you vote for me? Did you vote for me? Did you vote for him? Did you vote for me? And if she avoids eye contact, she voted for him. If she looks at me, she voted for me. Oh, this is crazy. Holy crap. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I mean, I guess I'm not too surprised Wendell got half the votes, but I think Dom was a bit more dominating than that. But it could have gone either way. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I have a feeling she voted for Wendell, though. I'm going to say it again. I have a feeling she voted for Wendell. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I mean, Dominic did keep her for 3. He did have her back a lot, but Wendell had that. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wendell giving her that idol necklace, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. But that was more like a symbolic vote. So she could have voted for Dom, but Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think Dom knows that he won. I don't know. I think Dom won. The look on Dom's face, dude. Maybe they voted for Dom. He's about to read the vote. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The look on Dom's face, dude, he knows he won. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Maybe Dom did win. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wendell! It was Wendell! Holy crap. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I knew she had to vote for him. I told you guys. Oh my gosh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He should have had her. Oh my gosh. That's what's so crazy. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wendell won. Holy congrats, Wendell. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Man, it could have gone either way. I thought Dom deserved it more, but Wendell did play a hell of a game. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, that was crazy. That finale was crazy, man. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He should have had, man, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Wendell's audition video. He's like in a courthouse or something. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, she gets Wendell. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Angela, you idiot. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Sebastian. Donathan voted for winner. Wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. If I was Dominic, I'd be pissed. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He should have had Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He should have had Laurel do the fire. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wow. That would have been crazy if he put himself out there for fire. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. He's got a hot sister. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That was a crazy finale. I'll give it that. That kind of made up for, well, it didn't really make up for a crappy season. I mean, the season wasn't that great. But the finale was fire. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Ooh, underdogs versus favorites. David versus Goliath. Oh, I like that. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Johnny Mundo, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I like that theme, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Kevin Hart has TKO show. Is that still going on? That was only 2 years ago, or maybe probably was canceled. MrBeast. CBS.com/casting. Another 55,000 some odd day. MrBeast. I only have what? Oh, I guess 647 left. 647K left. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
See, okay, see this group, season 37 versus season 37, episode 1. This group is way better than season 36. I already like way more people in this season than I ever did last season. So some seasons just aren't as good, you know. But this season I think is going to be pretty promising. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
That guy's like, I'm sweating like a pregnant nun in confession. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I like this robotics professor guy. He's pretty funny. He's really smart. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. And I like the Mike guy. Mike guy wrote Nacho Libre in School of Rock, so that's pretty dang awesome. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. And I knew I recognized him somewhere. He's in a lot of different things too. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 They always say they put a target on our back. They always say stuff like that. He's like, I'm from New York. What is this guy doing? The New York guy's up in the tree chopping with his axe. There's a couple of showmances in this show. The guy's like, she's somewhat insecure like me, so we get along well. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Uh-oh, Mike's looking for the idol. I hope he doesn't put a target on his back. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Uh-oh, Mike, putting a target on your back. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mike's funny. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Hoisted by my own petard. What does that even mean? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Special thanks to the show Survivor for giving me entertainment content as I'm doing this challenge. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Petard is a small bomb made of a metal or wooden box filled with powder used to blast down a door and make a hole in the wall. We learned a kind of firework that explodes with a sharp report. Wow. Learn something new every day. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It is of French origin and dates back to the 16th century. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. He's naming his alliances. One guy's like, I can't stand lazy ass people. Same. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I already like this season way more than the last season. I know I keep dogging on the last season, but the characters weren't that great. Characters are a lot better this season. Someone's gonna find an idol. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, I hope Mike gets it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, the cop guy found it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He found it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He shared it with the other two chicks, though. I would not share it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He's like, I found an idol with the most beautiful girls. The most, it's dangerous, man. Don't get too close to those girls, man. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, he found an octopus. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. That's how I get it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. It's gonna be good, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
The wrestler guy tackling the other people.
Oh wow, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. I love this David and Goliath theme. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Christian's doing the calling for the puzzle. That guy's like the guy to do it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Wow, it is really raining in this. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Dan the Goliath won the first one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. As you watch the Goliaths walk past with the idol, what is the feeling? Probst is amazing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, they might have a cyclone coming. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh no. Oh no, what the hell is happening? One guy's freaking out. Mr. Beast, 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 Pros coming out. Jeff Rose, so walk me through what's happened. Pat's like indisposed. He's like drugged, and Mr. Beast. Damn, this guy's badass. He's like, I can't leave. Mr. Beast. He might have fractured his back or something. There's a crew. They have the shot of the crew and the guy with the boom mic. He's like, the guy's on his ground. All the doctors around him. It's like, Mr. Beast. He's like, there's no other choice. We're pulling him from the game. Oh, Pat, poor Pat. Dang. Well, at least I don't have to vote someone out. Mr. Beast. I hope that guy's okay. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That guy's badass though. He's still fighting. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, I hope he's okay. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Dang, I hope he gets another chance. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Dang, he's not a small guy either. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. The one guy's just like as he flies away injured in the helicopter, the other guy's just like bye. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Rope's just like, if all the tribes that happen, it's the David tribe. He's like making it back to the game, like relating it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Guy, homeboy made a full recovery. That's good. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Gosh, I love this show. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Geez, Jessica's been crying every single day. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 There we go. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Editors are great. They had Christian thinking, and they put like this, like a computer thinking sound effect. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
This guy smells an idol. That guy smells like an idol.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh wow, Natalie's. Oh. She doesn't listen to anyone. You got to be able to adapt and listen to other people. You know, you might not have to agree with them, but if people are saying or coming across a certain way, you got to listen to them. But Natalie's not listening. She's set in her ways. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Wow, the water looks so beautiful. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's so crystal clear. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Beast, 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 beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Daves are useless. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, is a beast, is a beast, is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, is a beast, is a beast, is a beast, is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, is a beast, is a beast, is a beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 Mr. Beast is a beast, is a beast, is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, 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 is a beast Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Jessica's little cutie, Mr. Beast, I'm a sucker for blonde chicks. Mr. Beast, and brunettes, Mr. Beast, and black hair, Mr. Beast. Some redheads are cute, but I'm already too almost redheady that I wouldn't punish my kids like that. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast,
I like Krishna a lot. He's funny. This gets cute. I don't want her to leave. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. I hope Larsa goes. Jessica's getting excited. Mr. Beast. Uh-oh, Mr. Beast. It might be Jessica that's gone. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I think Jessica's gonna be gone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yep. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Why do they vote her out? I don't really know why. Jeez, Mayor has slammed down, yoked. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, MrBeast. One guy's talking about his dad that has Alzheimer's, and he's a lawyer, and I'm like, that's what gets me, man. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Gabby and Christian got a little showmance going. Ooh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Ooh, that girl has her head on the guy's lap. Ooh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I think Christian has like the best shot so far at winning the whole game. It's a bold statement, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Uh-oh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 I like John, the pro wrestler. He's great. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. That guy's ripped, dude. That'd be sweet to be that ripped. I gotta get serious working out. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I hope the Davids win this one. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Jeff Probst just seems like a cool guy, like a nice guy to have a beer with or something, you know, just a stand-up guy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. 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 Beast,
I hope they get the puzzle right. They should be really good at puzzles. They got Christian on there. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Come on, David. Oh, they got it. Yeah. Mr. Beast. Yes. Mr. Beast. They're jumping up and down, screaming. Ah, that's funny. Mr. Beast. Everyone loves an underdog. Mr. Beast. You know, I've always felt like an underdog my whole life.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Ooh, who's gonna get voted off? Goliath. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. See, this one, like, every single character is interesting. There isn't a single character that's not interesting in this. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Some more than others, yeah, but this is a good season right here. I know it. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast.
Dang, Jeremy and Natalie going after it. I'm actually on Team Natalie now. I was first like, Natalie's got to go, but Jeremy's kind of put a huge target on his back. Mr. Beast. He is paranoid. Mr. Beast. Jeremy's like, Natalie's is a combination of what I call incompetent and overconfident. Jeez. Mr. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I have a feeling Jeremy's gonna go. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Change our pal to my love. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 She's like, I'm 57 years old. You're not. I'm a senior citizen. That's not a senior. I was 57. It's not a senior citizen. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I think 65 maybe. Mr. Beast, 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 Jeremy and Natalie going at it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
I like Natalie the more she's talking. And I like Jeremy less the more he's talking. The mayor of Slamtown, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Natalie Napalm, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I like Mike. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Three votes, Jeremy. Oh, MrBeast. Jeremy, MrBeast. Wow, 5 votes, Jeremy. Jeremy's gone. MrBeast. He put too much of a target on his back. If he played it cool, Natalie would have been an easy out. MrBeast. Probst always has the best thing to say before they go to before they leave tribal council. Charm Apocalypse. MrBeast. Fiji looks so beautiful. I'll have to go one day. MrBeast. Oh no, MrBeast. She's leaving the game. If someone has to quit, that sucks. But if it's not you and they're quitting, it's like, oh, I'm sorry you have to quit. But your chances just increase. Everyone else's chances decrease. It's not a bad thing, MrBeast. It does suck for them, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Drop your buffs. Oh. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Oh, there's going to be 3 tribes agreeing. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Carl, you don't have a tribe. Is he going to go to Exile Island? Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Christian and the mayor of Slimetown teaming up. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I actually like the green tribe. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Oh my god. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Exile Island. Oh wow. Usually that's a good thing though. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I like Christian a lot. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Christian and then the Mayor of Slamtown are probably my two favorites. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast. I love that. MrBeast. Care is cute. MrBeast. There's too many cuties in this game. MrBeast. I like Carl too, though. MrBeast. 369. Damn, she's fine. I love when they find a clue and then they MrBeast. Oh wow, he found an idle nullifier. Whoa, I've never seen that before. That must be new. MrBeast. Wow, MrBeast. But he has to guess correctly who's going to play the idol. MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
They're rock stars.
MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. 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 Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Natalia just got blindsided. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Ooh, there's some thunderstorms. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Shout out to the Survivor crew. Like those guys must be troopers, man. They probably live large though, man. I mean, at least in between shooting, but it must be a lot of fun being camera. I don't know if boom would be a lot of fun in that rain. I don't know how do they have, I guess they must have waterproof boom mics. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. This is like the best show ever. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Reality show at least. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh my gosh, they're evacuating. Oh, whoa! Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Wow, poor camera guys are there filming. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh my gosh, they came back and it's toast. I wonder if they go back to the hotel or what. Where do they go when they? Where do they go? I don't know where they went. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, their tribe is wrecked. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Yeah, I wonder where they went when they came in from the boat. Did they go back to the hotel for the night? I guess. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Whoops, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I don't like the number 4. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast is 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 Beast, Mr. Beast Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, That's some squirrel hunting with a slingshot in there, Gerb. Okay, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. There you go. There's John, Mr. Beast. Why didn't John do it to begin with? Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Excuse me, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She has a master's in ungraciousness. That's awesome. Mike is funny. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's crazy how many people are, some people are very off-putting towards everyone. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Christian's funny. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, you might look for the second idol, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Now you got a clue to where the idol is. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I like when the idols are hidden in challenges. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I guess this one guy used to be 320 pounds. Now he's like really in shape. He's on the SWAT team. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Good for him. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. He could be a favorite. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm only 37% in. Oh my gosh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. The more I say though, the closer I get, the more motivated I am. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Natalie. Ooh, big girl. Fell down the fire pole. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, he sees it. He sees it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, he got it without anyone seeing. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Slick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Christian. I'm really rooting for this Christian guy. He seems like an underdog, really smart guy. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Come on, Christian, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Christian, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, Alex close. Christian, come on, Christian. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, wow. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, looks like Alex got it. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Come on, Christian, get the other one. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. You got it. Yeah, good job, MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Good job, Christian. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, he's crying. Oh. MrBeast, MrBeast, MrBeast. Oh, it's like, thanks for your support. He seems like a nice guy. Just tries really hard. I'm rooting for this guy, MrBeast, 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 Mr. Shout out to Christian. You're out there. Good guy, MrBeast, 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 Beast, MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
She's like, I want her jacket. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Rockstar Alliance, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. These new reactions of the people are great. Natalie talking Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Miss no issues. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Probst is the best. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Probes is amazing. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Tribal Council looks so cool. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh, that's so cool. They walk up into a temple. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. You can make a preacher cuss is what he says. I love these, like when they vote, what they say. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Is it gonna be Lisa or Mr. Beast? Natalie, she's gone. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Natalie seems nice, but she has a really rough exterior. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. She asked her for her jacket. She ignored her. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mike's just laughing. Natalie's laughing. Oh no, she's still. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cringe. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. If I was Natalie, I'd be like, hell no, you can't have my jacket. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They chose. It's like it appears you guys chose tribal harmony over tribal alliance. That's right. I mean, you need to have good people around you because if you're starving, you're cold, you're in the elements. The last thing you want is to be around someone that's just bossing around and being a Debbie Downer, stick in the mud. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. She said Natalie going home was bittersweet. She was bitter, and now the tribe is sweet. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Yeah, Natalie is crazy. Trying to get that jacket. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I like Mike. Mike's probably one of my. He might be my favorite now. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I think those are upside down. He's wearing Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh no, they're not. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Tiva's doing well. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Christian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm texting Mr. Beast right now. At least his text number from his Instagram.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Wow, they did it in one go. I love seeing Cameron do puzzles. Mr. Beast or Christian, is it Cameron or Christian? Mr. Beast, Christian. Mr. Beast. I guess they're brilliant. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Not looking good for purple, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, they're doing really good in the puzzle, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Christian, way to go, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Survivor blowout, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Christian, so good. He's so good at puzzles, man. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Yes, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. He runs and hugs him. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh wow, they lost so much water. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. It's like you ever have it or you don't. You either have it or you don't, and they're nowhere near close to having it. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Oh, they dropped it. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Wow, I haven't seen a loss that bad, I don't think, in Survivor history. That was terrible. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Lacey's gotta go. I'm so sorry. She's gotta go. She's a weak link. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, Mike doesn't want to dash streams. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. I'm thinking you, Lacey, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mike. Mr. Beast, 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 380,000 subscribers. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's between Larsa and Angelina. We'll see. I think Angelina is going to get voted up. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Like when you get up to the vote, you always have to be like, it's like people know who they're gonna go, who they're gonna vote for. Like I don't buy the whole like. Man, I'm going to have to vote someone else out other than me. This is tough. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, 2 else there's a MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, I think Laris is gone. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. There's oh wow, MrBeast. I think Mike had to stick with Goliath strong. MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Must be a merge coming up next, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, because normally I do the merge at 13. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Now it's gonna really get good. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
It's the merge. The merge is happening. So Goliath has the advantage. 7 Goliath, 6 David's. MrBeast. The merge feast must be so fun.
MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. He's like Brewski, yeah. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Beast, Mr. 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 Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, they said coffee. Now I want coffee. Good thing I can make some. Oh no, I need more water. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Mr. Beast. I want Chris to win. I hope he wins. Mr. Beast. The only thing is he might be a big threat, you know? Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
See, gosh, this is such a better season than last season. I keep saying that, but like all these characters are so much more fun and like they were more likable. And MrBeast, they're more interesting and not just likable, just more interesting characters. MrBeast. And I feel like everyone gets along like better and everything. MrBeast.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Oh no. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Oh, this looks hard. They're like swinging a pendulum and making it. Try to make it through. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They're doing a lot of new challenges this year. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. They're swinging the pendulum around. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Careful, Mike. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. John looks like he's been doing this for years. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I got a laugh out of John. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr.
Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast. MrBeast, 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 Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Beast, Mr. 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 Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Whoever does the music and Survivors, they're just geniuses. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Ooh, Angelina wants to take out Christian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Excuse me.
Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I hope Christian doesn't get voted out. That would be rough. They always have these effects that tribal cancer. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mike's getting a kick out of this. He's just laughing. He's having a blast, dude. That's fun watching him. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Angeline's getting her. She's getting blown up at Tribal Cancel. Or Allison, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Or not Allison, Angeline. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
Mine's just like having fun. MrBeast. Jeez. I feel like Survivor is somehow underrated still, MrBeast. Maybe not. MrBeast. Oh, Elizabeth. Elizabeth's gone. MrBeast. He's like, well done. The tribe has spoken. I hope Christian doesn't get blindsided next.
Mr. Beast, 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 MrBeast, 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 MrBeast. Oh, we found a steal of out, Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Pizza, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Dan, drop the bag. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Mike. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Oh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Come on, Mike. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. 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 Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. I really hope they don't vote out Christian. He's awesome, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. John dropped. Oh man. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Come on, Nick. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,
I don't want Christian to go. I hope they don't blindside Christian. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. So many cool creatures on the show. I love the B-roll. I wonder if they just have a bunch of like their camera guys just go off getting cool B-roll all day. They must. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Whenever they say it's a blindsided, it never really seems to happen. Something's going to change. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast, 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 Mr. Beast,